Campeonato de América de Oeste masculino equipo. En la pista 1 y 2, Estados Unidos y Colombia. En la pista 3 y 4, Brasil y Venezuela.
Welcome back to day 3 of the Wheelchair Fencing 2024 American Championships here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. These are the zonal qualifiers for the Paralympic Games in Paris. We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil at the Brazilian Paralympic Complex. Today is the team match of men's foil to start with. We've got 2 semifinal matches going on. We have Colombia versus the United States and Brazil versus Venezuela. In the wheelchair fencing, in team competitions, each team is made up of a mix of A and B category fencers. For the United States, we have Scott Rogers, category B, William Schoonover, category A, Byron Branch, category A, and Abe Kaplan, category A. On the Colombia team, we have Eduardo Escobar, category B, Javier Camacho, category A, Alexander Tapasco, category A, and Fabio Milano Barrios, category B. As you see, our fencers are getting into their frames. They'll be getting the distance soon, getting checked by the referees. On our other strip, we will have Brazil versus Venezuela. For Brazil, we have Sandro Souza, category A, Oven Gisoni, category B, Kevin Damasino, category A, and Anderson Perez, category B. And for Venezuela, we have Mario Ramon Vera, category A, Wilfer Paz Simones, category A, and Numa Roja Estrada, category B. These semifinals will be going on simultaneously, so we will be cutting back and forth to between the bouts. Our first match in the U.S. versus Colombia. We'll have Mr. Tapasco from Colombia versus Byron Branch from the United States. All right, looks like we are about to get started with Colombia versus United States. On the right is Brian Branch. He's our gold medalist from yesterday's division category A men's foil event. In the team events, it is a race to 45 touches. So at this point, whoever gets to 5 touches first will switch over to the next bout. And then that bout will be a race to 10. Then after that'll be a race to 15, picking up from where the last bout left off. So right now we have Mr. Branch up 4-1. If he gets the next touch, that'll be 5, and then he'll switch over to the next bout, which will be Scott Rogers versus Javier Camacho. Touch for the left, we're at 2-4. And that is the first match, 5-2. So now we have Scott Rogers versus Javier Camacho. This is going to be a race to 10. So Scott is actually starting off with 5-2. So now it is 6-3. Okay, now we switch to the correct bout, which is Scott Rogers versus Camacho. Scott will be starting with a 5-2 advantage in this next race to 10. Scott was our silver medalist yesterday in men's foil category B. It's a pair repost for Scott. We're at 6-2 in this race to 10. Scott, being a Category B fencer, is at a slight disadvantage against Category A fencer, and the Category A fencer is a lefty. Scott currently lives in Colorado, right outside of Denver. And nice pair repost by Scott. Scott's attack brings the score to 8-2 in this race to 10. For those of you new to fencing, this is the foil team event. Foil is the weapon where you have to hit with the tip. There's a button on the tip of each of those weapons that you have to press. You have to hit the designated target area, which is the trunk of the body and a little bit of the bib. You can see they're both marked off by LeMay vest and LeMay on the bib. Anything else, arm, legs, mask, will be off target, such as that touch right there, and a white light will come on. And Mr. Camacho is making a comeback. He scored the last 3 touches in a row to bring the score to 5-8. And that's off target to the leg. Another pair repost by Scott, bringing him 1 touch away from the 10-point level. Mr. Camacho's not done yet. 6-9. Seven to 9. Mr. Camacho is closing that gap. The referee is just checking the wires, make sure they're in the right place so they can't accidentally become unplugged. And that attack misses. Counterattack by Scott Rogers is good. Bring the score to 10-7. Let's check in with the Brazil-Venezuela match. We have Jovan Gisoni on the left with a commanding lead at 11-5. He's our gold medal winner from yesterday's Category B men's foil event. Versus Vera Ramones from Venezuela on the right. And since this is the third bout, this is a race to 15. Mr. Gisoni is one touch away. And that is the 15th touch. Let's head back over to USA versus Colombia. We have Will Schooner on the right from the USA versus Eduardo Escobar from Colombia. And this is the race to 15. And that pair repost brings it 13-7. Nice pair repost by the USA. Who is one touch away from the next level of 15. Attack misses, counterattack is good for the left. Colombia, 9-14. That's a strong attack from Colombia, 10-14. And that's the 15th touch. The next match will be Scott Rogers versus Alexander Tapasco. And that will be a race to 20. So in the Brazil-Venezuela match, the volunteers are turning the frame around because it's right-handed versus right-handed. These frames are built to turn the frames so that the fencers can fence each other fairly. So you can have right-handed versus right-handed, or you can switch it. You can have left-handed versus right-handed, or any of the combinations. Back in the U.S. bout, Scott Rogers is up 15-11 in this race to 20. And nice remise by Scott. Bring it to 16-11. And that's a parry repost by Scott to bring it to 7-11. 3 touches away from the level of 20. Now, you may notice a lot of the fencers walking up to the wheelchairs and then sitting down. To be a wheelchair fencer, you don't necessarily have to be in a wheelchair all the time. What designates you as a wheelchair fencer is the inability to compete on even level with standing fencers. Any mobility issues would have to be diagnosed, checked out by a doctor to find out what level, and that would enable you to be considered a wheelchair fencer. And Scott gets the final touch of that bout, 2014. Our next bout in USA versus Colombia is Brian Branch on the right versus Eduardo Escobar on the left. As I mentioned before, Brian is our gold medal winner from yesterday's Category A men's foil individual event. So he's looking to follow that up with another gold medal today in a team event. And Brian is 1 touch away from 25, which is the level of this race. And Mr. Escobar is bringing that score back. I believe he's got the last 3 touches in a row. Current score is 18-24. Then 19-24. And that's attacked by Brian, makes it 25-19. That was a great comeback by Eduardo Escobar. The next bout in the U.S. versus Colombia match is going to be Will Schoonover versus Javier Camacho. As we check in with the Brazil versus Venezuela match, you see Brazil is up 18-10. We have Alexander Souza on the left for Brazil versus Estrada Rojas on the right for Venezuela. And a repost from the right, bring the score to 11-18 in this race to 20. And the referee can't tell who has the right of way in that one. Both beat the blade, both came off, simultaneous actions. And Perry post from the left, Mr. Souza for 20-12 lead. The next match in Brazil versus Venezuela is going to be Kevin Damasceno versus Vera Ramones in a race to 25. And back to United States versus Colombia. Checking for the distance. We have Javier Camacho on the left versus Will Schoonover on the right. And this will be a race to 30. The U.S. up 25-19. The winning team will advance to the gold medal match. And the other team will fence off for bronze. This is 2 A-level, category A fencers battling it out. You can tell how physical they are. They're fast. They're attacking long and far. They're able to pull themselves back fairly easily. And Will's up 27-19. Will was tied for third in our Category A men's foil event, individual. The referee is making sure everything is grounded. Counter repost from the left. Will is 2 touches away from his level of 30. Attack from the right. Bring it to 29. And that'll do it for that round. 30-21. With 3 bouts to go, the U.S. is leading. And back in the Brazil versus Venezuela match. Yeah, Kevin Damasceno versus Vera Romanes. Damasceno's on the left. And Brazil is up 21-13 in this race to 25. Repost to the left, which makes it 22. Now they will switch to the next match when somebody gets to 25 or if time were to run out, which doesn't seem likely at this point. Damasceno was closed out with a counterattack with opposition, bring the score to 15-24. Meanwhile, on piste one, Scott Rogers has just brought the U.S. to a commanding 35-21 lead with 2 bouts to go. Damasino gets the 25th touch. Up, or does he? Instead, he gets a red card for lifting. His opponent gets a touch. And his last, Mr. Damasino's last touch does not count, so it's brought back to 24-16. In wheelchair fencing, you see the side judges on the side. They are looking at the fencer on the opposite side of the piste to make sure they don't raise up out of their seat. As I stated yesterday, these men and women are very strong. So when they're making their attacks, sometimes they have a habit of pulling themselves out of their seat, either pushing out with their arm, lifting up with their leg, and that's not allowed. So Mr. Damasino gets the 25th touch there. The next race will be a race to 30. This will be Joven Gisoni versus Wilf Paz Simones. In the U.S. versus Venezuela, Colombia match, they're switching the fencers in and out of the frames, changing the frames around, and getting ready for the last 2 bouts of that match. Nice repost for Mr. Simona on the right. After our men's foil semifinal matches today, we will have the women's epee team event starting. Mr. Gisoni makes a very nice attack, bringing the score to 29-17 in this race to 30, 1 touch away. And that'll do it for that round. 30-17. Let's head back to U.S. versus Colombia. Here we have Abe Kaplan. He's an A fencer on the right. They have substituted him in for the second to last match of the bout. And he's handling this bout very well. Very repost for Mr. Tacosco. And attacking the U.S. Target. And the final remains from the right, which brings us to 40, one bout away from the final 45 touches. Here's our final bout of this match, the semifinal match. Ryan Branch on the right versus Javier Camacho on the left. U.S. with a commanding 40-23 lead. And this will be a race to 45. Attack from the right is off target. Looks like his alligator clip came off. And we are back to action. a repost for the right brings us to 42-24. The Brazil-Venezuela match is about to continue. So as soon as this match is done, we'll send you back over to Brazil versus Venezuela. Attack from the left, which is good, 25-43.
Para colectivo, capitán de equipo, por favor, al director técnico para
In matches like this, where it'd be very difficult to come back from 26 to 43 to win this match, I think Colombia is just trying to see how long they can stick around and hang on. And Mr. Branch is just trying to finish this off. Mr. Camacho has made quite a few touches in a row. Now 29-43. Now, I did say it'd be difficult to come back. I didn't say it would be impossible. And USA is one touch away from victory and a place in our gold medal match. And there it is. The 45th touch. And U.S. will be fencing for the gold medal in the men's foil team. Now let's go and see if we can find out who the opponent will be in that final match. Here's our final bout in Brazil versus Venezuela. With Mr. Damasceno on the left, Mr. Paz Simones on the right. Brazil is 5 touches away from facing the U.S. for the gold medal. And as I said in the last match, 1740 will be difficult to come back from, but not impossible. And here we go. Referee is checking to make sure all the cords are in place. The maize are pulled down, covering the valid target area. In wheelchair fencing, they do have a habit of rolling up a little bit with all the movement and rubbing against the back of the chairs. And the referee is just yellow carded Mr. Paz Somoza for lifting up out of his chair. If the side judge can see any daylight between the chair and the fencer's rear end, that will be a yellow card. Nice attack from Mr. Damasino to bring us to 42. A repost from the left. Bring this one touch away to the end of this match. And that will do it. 45-19. Brazil will be fencing the U.S. for gold. In the bronze medal match, it will be Colombia versus Venezuela. And don't forget, we also have the women's epee team competition coming up as well. Stay tuned for that.
Morning, Michael. It is definitely morning. Right here, it's morning. Which one? Oh, that's right. Mm-hmm. Ah, gotta love playoff hockey.
But they made it in the conference championships.
Against
The winner of the Knights game.
Canucks, Oilers,
Yeah.
Vancouver. Toronto's out on the golf course right now.
Yeah. But actually, if I was home, that's exactly what
Seriously, Michael, golf?
I live on two golf courses. I own a golf cart.
All right, I see why you own a golf cart. You're not much of a walker. I get that. But golf?
You know what golf is awesome?
Is this on? Okay. First you hit the ball, whack. Then you see where it goes, you go. And you playing whack is the most obvious thing.
There is that, but you know what about golf?
You remember Chris Zebeth? Chris Zebeth, epee coach at St. John's. He fenced for Sal Bartek back when Sal Bartek would occasionally contest national epee titles. He was my coach in college. So spring USFA stuff, we would fence in this field house at one of the county parks. He walked outside to get a cigarette, looked around, and said, "No, I will never spend another pretty spring or fall Saturday in a fencing gym." So he still runs the high school referees out on Long Island. He still, he started fencing vet 60s. But yeah, he wakes up in the morning of a fencing tournament. If it's nice out, he doesn't show up. It's a known policy. Well, nope. It is okay. I would rather go hike, but I'm also in the Pacific Northwest. I hit the ball. I see where the ball went. I watch you hit your ball. I look over. It's by that tree in the grass. Which one? I don't know.
Hit a ball and go do what you guys mentioned looking for. But as I'm looking for it, a 3-year-old drives up to me and says, "Hey, would you like to play?" Yes, I would.
But yeah, looking for the ball all day, not fun. I have played 59 holes of golf my entire life. It's 110 degrees where you live 4 months a year. I lived in Shreveport. I know your climate. Are you watching on TV? Ooh. Did that guy get arrested? What for?
So apparently, early in the morning, like 5 o'clock, somebody was crossing the street and one of the shuttle buses hit a kid. So all the cops are all over the place. And, so all the players are going by. They got to get the traffic, the driver in practice. They're all going by. So if they're in the marked cars that says, "Hey, we need a championship. I'm a player. I got your credentials." They wave my mind. So he comes up, and he's the number one player in the world. He comes up, and he's just like everybody else. The cops just like sitting. He thinks to stay, going by like everybody else. Saying stop. He tries to go by, the cop grabs the car, and he's still going, and the cop gets grabbed. So now they stop. The cops to the top. He's got scraps and scrapes and bruises, and this guy is like, he's number one golfer in the world. He's the nicest guy out there, and he's a religious guy. I mean, it's like, he's like, look, it's really bad misunderstanding. I thought it was doing the top.
Where is the championship? Kentucky? Oh, he's going to jail. He defied authority. 10:20, I heard. 10:20? What time is it? So you have a strong Wi-Fi network right here, right? You have a Wi-Fi network right here. You're broadcasting, right? Okay. Will you be able to turn on the board meeting? There's a board of directors meeting today at 1. Okay. If you can get us aligned to the Zoom call, that would be great. 1 p.m. our time. I got 4 lessons after all this is over to get ready for tomorrow, and I'm on the agenda. Nothing. Over here.
Central, USA and Canada, 1 and 2.
How are you? Good. I'm looking for an I saw one over there, but with all the volleyball stuff going on, I missed it. Yeah. I looked in that room and there were any outlets along the walls, but I didn't think about checking behind the desk. Yeah. They have coffee? Yeah. I've seen the snack bar, but I didn't see any coffee from the outside. Okay. Yeah, and they told you?
Justin. You have your phone? Yeah, go look. You got it. That's like $4 a week. You want me here? That's what I'm doing. Yep.
And welcome back to the Brazilian Paralympic Complex here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, where we are at the World Ability Sports Wheelchair Fencing Zonal Qualifiers. Today, we're about to get underway with our semifinal match, United States versus Canada. During this event, so there's only one semifinal. Brazil is already in the gold medal bout as they're seeded number 1. U.S. and Canada are fencing off to face Brazil for the gold medal. The athletes are getting seated and checked for distance. So you see the volunteers there. The volunteers are adjusting the frames to make sure the distance is correct. In epee, the fencers will extend their arm till the tip of the weapon touches the front of the elbow. And they will be adjusting the distance to the fencer with the shortest reach. Wheelchair fencing teams are made up of category A and B fencers. The U.S. has Ellen Geddes, B-rated fencer. She took bronze in our category B event. Victoria Isaacson is an A fencer. Jateya Taylor, our gold medal from category A women's epee yesterday. And Shelby Mitchell, also an A fencer. For the Canadians, we have Sylvie Morel. She's an A-rated fencer. Amber Breyer, who's also an A. She took silver in yesterday's category A event, individual. And Trinity Lothian. She took gold in our category B event yesterday. So both these teams are loaded with talent. You see the ladies are seated with the skirts around them. In epee, they are lame skirts, which are grounded. So the target area in wheelchair fencing is from the waist up. Standing fencers, the whole body is target area. With the wheelchair, they have to cover the lower half because the frame the wheelchair isn't target area. So they have to cover and ground everything below the waist. And we are off. Team fencing is a race to 45 in increments of 5. So this first round will be a race to 5 touches. On the right is Trinity Lothian. On the left is Jateya Taylor. Both of these ladies have won gold medals individually already this week. And Jateya is off to a start, 1-0. In epee, 2 lights go off. Both fencers are awarded a touch. So this will be a race to 5. As I said before, wheelchair fencing. Actually, any fencing team match is a race to 45. So whoever scores 5 touches, then the next match will be a race to 10, taking the score from the previous match, then a score to 15, and so on. The only other thing that could happen is time could run out. If the time would run out right now, it scored a 2-1. It would still be a race to 10. Then the U.S. would have 2-1 lead, and they'd have to score 8 to get to that next 10 level. In epee, the scoring machine is set to cut off the other fencer's light within 1/20th of a second. In other words, if both fencers hit at the exact same time, both lights will go off. If one person hits, the other person has to hit within 1/20th of a second to get her second light off, or no light will be scored. And that's it for the first level, 5-3. U.S. is up. Now we're heading to the second match. Amber Breyer on the right versus Ellen Geddes from the U.S. on the left. This will be a race to 10. Nice touch by Amber Breyer from Canada. Bring the score to 8-5. And that is about 10-6 for Canada. As we get ready for our third match, which will put Sylvie Morel against Victoria Isaacson. Again, they're checking and adjusting for distance. Currently, Sylvie Morel from Canada is ranked 38th in the world. Victoria Isaacson, 28th. I'm sorry, 24th. That's a nice touch by Isaacson. These are both Category A fencers. Looks like Sylvie took a stiff blade under the arm, and that can be a little sore. But it's part of fencing epee. Nice touch by Victoria Isaacson. Bring the score to 11-3. The referee is warning Sylvia Morel that to start, to be on guard, she's got to be straight up and down and not leaning forward. And the score is tied at 13. And Victoria Isaacson made a great comeback to take the lead for the U.S. 15-14. Next up, we have Trinity Lothian versus Ellen Geddes. Trinity is ranked 14th in the world in the category B, women's epee. Ellen is ranked number 7 in category B. Ellen will start off with the lead at 15-14 in this race to 20. The winner in this team match will fence Brazil for gold right after the men's final. And here we go for our fourth match. This will be a race to 20. That was a 1 minute non-combativity call. After 1 minute, if there are no touches scored, the referee calls halt. The fencers will move to the next level of scoring. So we'll take that 15-14 lead by the U.S., move to the next group. It will be a race to 25, and the U.S. will still have that lead, 15-14. This match will be Jatea Taylor versus Sylvie Morel. Basically, non-combativity is when the fencers aren't doing a whole lot of action. It slows the match down, and the referees and organizers of events don't want that. They want action to keep going. It is a combat sport, so they want to make sure that both athletes are trying to score, being aggressive, doing their actions. And when they're not doing that is when non-combativity is called. So Jatea Taylor is an A fencer. She's ranked 16th in the world in category A. She did take gold in yesterday's individual event. Sylvie Morel from Canada is also an A-rated fencer, category A fencer, excuse me. And she is ranked 38th in the world. We're just making sure all the cords are connected, everything's working. Looks like Jatea is having a problem with her epee. Trying to figure out where it's coming from. And we're back and good to go. Again, this is a race to 25. We are at 15-14 for the U.S. due to a non-combativity call in the last match. It's 16-19. (2016). Again, this is a race to 25, not 20. (23-17). 2 touches away from our next match. So he's making a couple of nice one light touches to bring the score to 19-23. And that is that bout, 25-19. Our next match will be Victoria Isaacson versus Amber Breyer. That will be a race to 30. And we have Victoria Isaacson on the left, Amber Breyer on the right. These are both A category fencers. That means their movement is fast and strong. They have strong upper body muscles. And they're a little bit more mobile than the category B fencers. As you can see, Victoria's strong enough to lift up the frame of her wheelchair. You'll see it move up and down every now and then. Amber Breyer is currently number 20 in the world points. And Victoria Isaacson is 24. And double touch will bring us to 30 to 24. That leaves us with 3 bouts remaining. Our next match will be Ellen Geddes on the left for the U.S. versus Sylvie Morel on the right for Canada. Ellen is ranked number 7, category B, women's epee. Sylvie is ranked 38th in category A. As we begin our bout, our race to 35. That's a nice hand touch by Sylvie from Canada. You can see there Sylvie made an attack, and Ellen was able to parry it down into the skirt. Sometimes that happens, the tip gets stuck in the skirt and it's hard to come back. Try to free your tip so you can keep fencing. Nice touch by Sylvie Morel from Canada to close within 3 points of the U.S. Again, the referee is asking Ms. Morel to straighten up. And Ellen gets one of her points back. And again, Sylvie got caught in the skirt. Double touch. Both fencers are awarded a touch. So as we said before, in epee, you can close out your opponent's light. If you score and then your opponent hits you, the light won't go off. The cutoff switch is 1/20th of a second. And it looks like Ellen started first and gets a yellow card for starting before the referee gave the command fence. Looks like Ellen may have hit Sylvie's knuckle, and those sting. Score is 34-28. We are one touch away from our level of 35 in this match. And there's the 35th touch. The U.S. leads it 35-28 in the race to 45. Our next match between Victoria Isaacson and Trinity Lothian will be a race to 40. So we have two bouts left to go in this match. The referee is testing the weapons. So for those of you non-fencers out there, the referee will test the epees to make sure that the travel between the tip and the actual blade is the correct distance, and that it won't set the light off early. And the tip has to be able to hold 750 grams of weight. Any light tips would be an unfair advantage to the fencers. Their skirts are on and grounded. And we are ready to go for our second to last bout. The U.S. holds the lead 35-28. This will be a race to 40. Victoria Isaacson is ranked 24th in category A on the points list. And Trinity Lothian from Canada is number 14 on the category B points list on World Cup points. Nice reach for Trinity on the right to bring the score 29-35. And it looks like we've got another non-combativity call. That will bring us to our final bout in this race to 45. The U.S. will be up 35-29. When our final two fencers take the stage, we've got Jatea Taylor from the U.S., currently ranked 16th in the world in category A women's epee points, versus Amber Breyer, ranked 20th in category A women's epee points. This will be a race to 45. And with as active as these two fences have been for the past 2 days, I doubt we'll see a non-combativity victory. The winner of this will fence Brazil for the gold medal. The other team will automatically win the bronze medal since there's only 3 teams represented here today. Weapons tested. Cords checked. Distance adjusted, and we are ready for our final match. Well, the U.S. needs to get 10 points to reach 45. Canada needs 16 points. And Jataya has lowered that to only needing 9 points now. She's a very physically fit athlete. She can really get all the way back in that chair and then reach all the way out forward. Very nice berry post from Jataya. And the score is 38. Double touch. Both fencers score. We're at 39-30. And right touch. And we're trying to close that gap. The U.S. has an 8-point lead in this race to 45. Amber scores another nice touch. 32-39. And Jataya makes a pair of reposts, bringing her score to 40. 5 touches for a victory in this match. See, both athletes are very physical as they're pulling as far back as they possibly can and then launching themselves forward using that back arm as a standing fencer would use their back leg to push all the way out in a long lunge. And hold. Time has run out. The U.S. wins 43-32 and will go on to fence Brazil for the gold medal. Canada will take bronze. Stand by as we get ready for the bronze and gold medal matches of men's foil. U.S. will be fencing Brazil for gold, and Colombia will be fencing Venezuela for bronze. Don't go anywhere. Come on back, y'all.
Team USA is starting the program. Team USA is going to the program. Campeonato de América, Florencio masculino equipo. Pista 3-4. Colombia, Venezuela. Final. Pista 1-1. Estados Unidos contra Brasil. Final, pista 1-2. Estados Unidos contra Brasil. Árbitros y Jorge.
Welcome back to the Brazilian Paralympic Complex here in Sao Paulo for the World Ability Sports Wheelchair Fencing Zonal Qualifications. We have our gold medal match between USA and Brazil. We are about to get started. We're getting all the cords and wires and distances all checked and fixed and adjusted. I'd like to also mention and give a big shout out to all of our referees. We got a group of referees from all over the world. We've got them from Greece, we've got them from Spain, Brazil, US, Hong Kong, Malaysia. They're doing a fantastic job today. We owe them a big round of gratitude. It's definitely a different set of skills to be a wheelchair fencing referee. You've got to know the special rules, the distances. So we've got our first match about to start between Jovan Gisoni and Brian Branch from the US. Brian is currently number 18 on the world points list for category A men's foil. Jovan is number 7 on the category B points list. For category B fencer, if you guys have been watching today or watched him win his gold medal yesterday, you can see he moves extremely well for a category B fencer. He's fast and he's a big, strong athlete. Team matches are a race to 45 points by groups of 5. So our first match is going to be a race to 5. Our second match is going to be a race to 10, taking the points earned from the first match. The only other way besides scoring points to get the next level is either time running out or a non-combativity. And we've actually seen that in the women's epee. It was called twice in the last women's match. The referee calls halt, called no combativity, and they'll move automatically to the next match. So you'll notice a lot of the wheelchair fencers have straps on their legs. Again, they are powerful fencers. They are strong athletes. Sometimes they have a tendency to launch themselves forward. They may lift themselves out off the seat of the wheelchair, which is against the rules. We have side judges, assessors watching the athletes to make sure that doesn't happen. Sometimes they also pull back too far, and without the straps, they might actually roll or flip over the back of the chair. I've seen that before. These guys are launching their bodies back and forth as strong and as fast as they can, trying to make each and every touch. We're running the gold medal match at the same time as the bronze medal match between Colombia and Venezuela. I'll try and keep you up to date on that score as we go as well. And we're off on our gold medal bout. Referees say both fencers touch blades, both came off, no touch. And Brian Branch from the U.S. scores first blood. 1-0 for the U.S. And Mr. Gisioni from Brazil ties it up at 1. Final attack comes from the left. And Mr. Gisioni started before the referee gave the command defense, so he is getting a yellow card. Now that yellow card does go away after this match. It does not carry on through the whole bout, the whole match. And nice pair repost from Mr. Branch from the U.S. U.S. is up 5-1. Going back to the referees, if you are considering being a referee at all, not just a wheelchair ref, you have to know the rules of fencing just like any other referee, but then you have to know the specific rules for wheelchair fencing. How far the back of the chairs can go up, what the fences are allowed and not allowed to do. If you are interested, contact your local fencing federation. We are into our second match between Scott Rogers from the U.S. and Kevin Damasceno from Brazil. This is a race to 10. And Mr. Damasceno scored the first 3 touches, I'm sorry. And Scott Rogers remises for 1 light. Left touch, U.S. 6-4. Attack from the right misses. Attack from the left is good. Mr. Damasceno from Brazil is currently ranked number 29 in Category A World Point Standings, while Scott Rogers for the U.S. is currently ranked 20th in Category B World Point Standings. And Scott is 1 touch away from the next match, the next bout. Damasceno scores 6-9, U.S. leading. And Brazil is closing that gap, 7-9. Beautiful attack from Brazil, it scores 8-9. U.S. is hanging on to a 1-point lead. Attack from the right doesn't hit. Attack from the left is good. Score is 10-8 for the U.S. We move on to our next match. We have Will Schoonover from the U.S., who is currently ranked 24th in world points in Category A men's foil, versus Alex Souza, who is ranked 41st in world points for Brazil. This will be a race to 15. And we begin. 11-9, they trade touches in this third match. Souza scores again. And we're tied at 11. Mr. Schoeneberg's attack is parried. Repost is for the right. Brazil takes a lead by 1, 12-11. Attack from the U.S. is no. Attack from Brazil is good for 13-11. You can see the strength of both these men is moving the frame up and down the strip a bit. And we're tied up at 13. Attack from the U.S. is parried by Brazil for right parry repost, 14-13. Brazil's one touch away from winning this bout. Attack from the right, 15-13. Brazil takes the lead by 2. Our fourth bout, Scott Rogers versus Jovan Gisoni. This is a replay from yesterday's gold medal bout in Category B men's foil. Gisoni beat Scott Rogers for the gold medal. Scott's hoping to win it back today. And Mr. Gisoni seems to remember what to do. And Scott Rogers started a little early. He'll be getting a yellow card from the referee. As I said before, these yellow cards don't continue match to match. They go away after each match. Parry repost from Mr. Gisoni. And that is bout 2013. And while we're getting ready for the next United States versus Brazil match, they're changing the frames around a little bit. check in with the Venezuela Colombia bout. Looks like Venezuela is up 10-5, going into their third match, which will be Javier Camacho versus Vera Ramones. Looks like we're almost ready. Continue with U.S. versus Brazil. They're adjusting the distance. All right. In our fifth bout, we've got Brian Branch from the U.S. versus Alex Souza from Brazil. Brazil holds a 20-13 lead. Souza is currently number 41 in Category A on world points. And Brian Branch is 18th in Category A. And Mr. Branch hits on his first attack, bringing the score to 14-20. And they're trading touches, 21-14. Nice fast attack. Both these guys are A category fencers. They're strong, they're fast, they're powerful, and they use it as best as they possibly can. Their injuries are generally limited to their lower part of their body. Their upper body is powerful and strong. They're able to move in and out very quickly. And attack from the U.S. into preparation, 16-22. This is going to be a race to 25. Attack. Mr. Souza's off target. First attack from Brian Branch is parried, repost from the right, 23-16. And Branch's attack gets through. And yellow card for Brian Branch for starting before the referee's command. And the yellow card means a red card, and that would be a touch for his opponent. And repost from Brown. And Branch continues to close the gap, 19-23. Nice attack. It'd be nicer if it hit off on target. And the lead by Brazil is only 23-20. 3-point lead. Make that a 4-point lead. And attack misses. Counterattack is good. 21-24. And the same action in reverse. Attack from the left misses. Attack from the right is good for the 25th and final touch of that bout. We are now switching to our next bout between Will Schoonover from the U.S. and Kevin Damasceno from Brazil. This will be a race to 30. And they're taking with them the points currently scored by the team, 21 by the U.S., 25 by Brazil. Attacking right's off target. In our bronze medal match, Colombia leads Venezuela 15-10. Nice counter repost by Mr. Damasceno. And Brazil is widening the gap to 7-point lead. Damasceno seems to continue to be aggressive, and it's really giving Mr. Schoonover a hard time. Schoonover from the U.S. started early and gets a yellow card from the referee, and his pair repost is off target. Oh, looks like there is a broken cord. While he switches his cord over, let's check in with Colombia, Venezuela. Mr. Escobar on the left, Mr. Rojas on the right. 15-12. This is the race to 20. So Venezuela needs 7. Colombia needs 5. Mr. Escobar is pulling the LeMay down to make sure it covers the hip bones. And tucking in all wires and shirts. Trying to make the valid target area accessible. Attack misses. The repost is good for the right. Colombia, Venezuela is tied at 15. Mr. Rojas is being active with lots of attacks and remises. Referee did not award that a touch. He's saying that happened after the hold. And it looks like there's a yellow card for Mr. Rojas. The attack gets off target. And Mr. Escobar is complaining that Mr. Rojas' LeMay is too high. Attack misses. And attack from the right is good. And let's switch back to USA Brazil. And Mr. Schoonover hits with that remise, 22-28 in this race to 30. And that's about 30-22. Brazil holds an 8-point lead. Let's head over to our next bout. Scott Rogers versus Alexandra Souza. Mr. Souza is the A-rated fencer on this team. He's ranked 41st in World Cup points. Scott Rogers is B-rated fencer, and he is 20th in world points. And again, Scott Rogers is our silver medalist from yesterday's Category B individual foil event. attack from Mr. Souza is good. Brazil holds an 11-point lead over the U.S. And remise is good. 34-22, and Mr. Souza is one touch away from the next bout. Referee calls Scott Rogers' attack from the left. Mr. Souza asks for a video replay. In these 5-touch bouts, the fencers get one replay each. While we're waiting for the referee to check the video, I'd like to give a shout out to my family, my wife Sandra, my kids Peyton, go do your homework. Sebastian, stop hitting Peyton. In the bronze medal match, it looks like Venezuela is up 17-16. And the call stands 22-34. And with that final action, attack from the right, Brazil takes a lead 35-22 with 2 bouts to go. Switch to our next match, our second to last match. Mr. Will Schoonover for the U.S. versus Giovanni Gisioni. This is a race to 40. Mr. Gisioni is our gold medal winner from yesterday's Category B men's foil individual event. Mr. Schoonover is number 24 on the international points list for Category A men's foil. Mr. Gisioni is ranked number 7 on the Category B world point standings. And that final touch will bring us to 22-40. Brazil has a commanding 18-point lead over the U.S. going into this final bout, the race to 45. Let's check in on that Colombia-Venezuela match. 18-19 in a race to 20. And time has run out on that bout. We've got a break in the action. I'd like to give a big thank you for all the volunteers who are helping assist our fencers in and out of the frames, moving the frames around, adjusting them, spinning them, driving them back and forth from the hotels, getting water. Without volunteers, these tournaments could not be run. So from all of us, thank you very much. And thank you to the Brazilian Fencing Federation for hosting this event. It was a last-minute switch from Costa Rica. They were able to pull it together in a very short amount of time. They've done a fantastic job. So congratulations on a very well-run event, and a big thank you from the wheelchair fencing community. All right. Get back to our USA versus Brazil, the final bout in the race to 45, the gold medal match. Between Branch and Damasceno. They've each scored one. Scores 41-23. Scores 24-22. And that's 43-24. And Brazil is one touch away from a gold medal. And Brian Branch sneaks in a counterattack into Brazil's preparation. And there's a yellow card for starting early for Mr. Damasceno. And there it is, the final touch. 45-25. Brazil wins the gold medal over the U.S. in the zonal qualifiers here in Sao Paulo. Excellent fencing by both teams. Let's head over to the bronze medal match, which is tied at 20, Colombia versus Venezuela. On the left is Alexander Tapasco from Colombia. On the right, Vera Ramones from Venezuela. This is a race to 25. And after this, we still have the gold medal for the women's epee team. Between the U.S. and Brazil. In just a minute, we're going to have an interview with the gold medal winning team, Brazil men's foil team.
Thank you, Michael. Vamos falar então com o time do Brasil, campeão agora no florete. Ontem já tivemos aqui, né? Hoje de novo. O que se deve esse domínio do Brasil nas competições por equipe?
Eu quero parabenizar toda a minha equipe aqui, que a gente, desde o primeiro combate, a gente entrou focado contra a Colômbia. Enfim, a gente planejou um plano e para chegar na final e levar a medalha de ouro. Como eu falei ontem, né? A gente ia brigar por medalha de ouro e hoje a gente conquistou a medalha de ouro para as Américas, do Brasil, com certeza. Estou muito feliz pela minha equipe, aí 100% aí dentro de pista, aí todo mundo aí buscando e todo mundo dando o seu sangue aí para sair melhor, com certeza.
Legal, vamos passar um por um aí, pessoal, aí agradecendo e mandando beijos, abraços ali para a câmera. Quer começar por ti, Giovanni? Pode começar e já vai passando aí.
Pessoal, eu quero agradecer aí, quero mandar um abraço para todo mundo aí que torceram muito e que estão sempre torcendo pela gente aí. E a gente está na batalha aí, com certeza. Aí Paris é logo aí e a gente vai com tudo. Fé em Deus que tudo vai dar certo. Alex.
Bom, eu quero agradecer a equipe, né, que, como o Giovanni falou aí, fizemos o máximo aí, todo mundo deu o seu melhor e com certeza todo mundo jogou muito bem, toques bem elaborados, com calma, né, e o resultado veio. Eu só tenho que agradecer, quero agradecer o meu clube, o IECP, e os meus apoiadores e patrocinadores. Muito obrigado e espero que na semana que vem, né, nós estaremos aqui também na Copa do Mundo e que todos aqui tenham uma boa recuperação aí nesses 3 dias aí para poder chegar bem e poder desempenhar um bom papel aqui. Obrigado aí a todos, obrigado Marcos Cardoso e Carolina Anzolin por tudo que vocês têm feito lá no clube.
Eu queria agradecer a minha família toda que torcem por mim, primeiramente, e falar e agradecer a equipe também por estar desde o começo das partidas totalmente focado e os gritos de guerra fora da pista me ajudou bastante. E parabenizar todos eles que sem esse foco no geral não teria conseguido. E é isso.
Eu vou agradecer a família que sempre apoia, né? Os professores que estão dando aula pra gente. E agradecer esses 3 caras aqui, que isso daí só prova que eles são 3 gigantes, os caras massacraram. Obrigado aí por tudo.
Então tá, agradecendo ao time brasileiro, campeão, agora vão lá receber a medalha de ouro e amanhã tem mais? Amanhã não, né? Quando que é a prova de espada? Segunda tem mais?
Ah, não, amanhã.
Amanhã, né?
Brasil! Valeu, galera.
That is a happy Brazilian foil team. And here we are back with the bronze medal match between Colombia and Venezuela. Colombia is up 26-24. This is a race to 30. Attack from the left misses. Attack from the right is good. 25-26. 1 point lead by Colombia. You can tell the power of these fencers by the way the frame is moving back and forth. The referee is just making sure LeMay is pulled down. And Colombia is 1 touch away from the next bout. And that's it, 30-25. That will bring us to our next match. Mr. Hector Camacho on the left for Colombia, and Mr. Wilfred Paz Simoza on the right for Venezuela. This has been a close match the whole way. They've been trading touches back and forth. Let's see if Venezuela can close the lead. Colombia is up by 5, and this will be a race to 35 touches.
And he can.
Mr. Camacho is an A fencer, as well as Paz Simoza. We're at 32-25. Colombia has 2 left-handed fencers on their list. Javier Camacho, who's up now, and Hector Fabio Milano Barrios. If you're a fencer, you know that fencing a left-handed fencer is much different than a right-handed fencer. There aren't as many left-handed fencers as there are righties, so it's a different look. The target area is different, it's opposite. Many fencers have a very difficult time doing that. However, the more experienced you are, the less problem you have fencing a left-handed fencer. And here's a yellow card coming up for the right for starting before the command fence. Coming up in a little while will be the gold medal match in women's epee team between the U.S. and Brazil. Continuation from the right. 26-34. Let's race to 35. 27-34, excuse me. And that is bout. I'd like to take a second just to mention, on a sad note, the passing of legendary Penn State University coach Emmett Kaidonoff. He was a legend in not just the U.S. fencing world, but the international fencing world. He had many many NCAA titles. Many of his fencers went on to international careers, Olympics. He was a fantastic, wonderful coach. I knew him very well. He will be missed dearly by everybody who knew him, and especially those who fenced under him. And let's head back to our next bout. This is going to be a race to 40. We have 2 more bouts to go on this bronze medal match between Colombia and Venezuela. This will be Mr. Camacho on the left and Mr. Rojas on the right. Mr. Camacho is in category A fencer. Mr. Rojas is category B fencer. We've got a break in the action while the referee checks the video. The women's epee team gold medal match will be kicking off shortly. They're setting up the frames. Fencers are getting dressed and put in the frames. As soon as that starts, we will send you over to that match. And here we are back to action in men's foil bronze medal match. One touch away from 40. And our final bout We are at Colombia 40-29 and our final bout. Race to 45 between Alexandro Tapasco and Wilfred Paz Simoza. And then it's off to the women's epee team gold medal bout between the U.S. and Brazil. Boy, that's a lot of referees. And here we go. Sean Shoemate from the USA is the referee for this final bout. Both these fencers are Category A fencers. Mr. Tabasco from Colombia is ranked 59th in World Cup points. Mr. Paz Simona is number 73. Mr. Paz Simon is trying to close the gap. Colombia now has an 8-point lead. Mr. Shumate's asking for the mat to be put back on before he makes his final call. Attack from the right. It's closed to a 7-point lead. Make that a 6-point lead. A 5-point lead. And a 4-point lead. And Colombia is asking for a video replay. And Mr. Shumate sticks with his call for parry post. It's a 4-point lead by Colombia. It has gone down from 10 points to 4 points. It's raced to 45 at the end of this match. And the first point scored by Mr. Tapasco in this bout. And Mr. Tabasco has his second yellow card, which is a red card, and a point for his opponent. And it looks like there's a wire that's come undone. And the ladies are almost ready to get started in the women's team epee. As soon as we finish this bout, we will head on over and show you that match. So Mr. Shumate is asking for the volunteers to help put the fencers back in the middle of the fencing piece. As I said before, especially the A fencers are so strong with their upper body that they can move the frames fairly easily. Attack from the right is off target. Attack from the left misses. Attack from the right is good. It is now down to a 3-point lead. And attacking the left. Colombia is just 3 points away from a bronze medal. Mr. Shumate is saying Mr. Tapasco hesitated. Mr. Paz Simonza, took over the attack and awarded the touch for the right. And Mr. Tabasco's asked for a video replay. And he sticks with his call. Awards a touch for the right, and Mr. Tabasco is out of video replays. Attack from the right. It is now down to a 2-point lead. Folks, this has turned into a close bout. 1-point lead. Attacks off target from the left. And we are tied 42-42 in a race to 45. Attack from the left. 43-42. Hang on, folks. We're not done yet. Attack's off target. Paz Somoza scores to tie it up 43-43. He is earning his keep in this bout. Repost is off target. However, the side judge says Mr. Tapasco has lifted up out of his seat, giving him a yellow card, which is another red card, and a point for his opponent, which brings Venezuela, who looked like they were out of it 5 minutes ago, to 1 point from winning the bronze medal. This has been an incredible comeback from Mr. Paz Somoza. Attacks off target. And he's done it. He brings Venezuela back from the brink of destruction. They were down, I believe, by 11 points, and now they win by 2. What an incredible comeback by Venezuela. Mr. Paz Simona single-handedly brought victory from the jaws of defeat. What a great comeback by that Venezuelan team. So we're going to see if we can get a quick interview from the Venezuelan team. Right now, we're about to start the women's team gold medal bout between U.S. and Venezuela. I'm sorry, U.S. and Brazil. First bout is going to be Jatea Taylor versus Fabiana Soares. Jate is currently 16th on the Category A women's epee point list. And Miss Suarez is 37th on the Category A point list. And here we go. Nice touch by Jatea on the left. US is up 1-0. Referee is checking the tip. And everything seems to be in working order. Touchdowns. And we are back for one. And we're going to go to a quick interview with the bronze-winning Venezuelan men's foil team and talk to them about that amazing comeback at the end.
Yo voy a preguntar sobre el comeback. El comeback del combate. 10 puntos atrás, la virada.
Él te va a preguntar sobre el combate, cómo fue, qué experiencia, qué pensabas, cosas de esas.
Para tirar la diferencia de puntos. Sí.
So in the second bout, US is up 5-1 and race to 10. This bout will be Ellen Geddes versus Carmen Oliveira. Ellen is currently 7th in Category B World Cup points. And Carmina Oliveira is number 25 in World Cup Category A points. And let's go to the Venezuelan bronze medal team to hear how they did it.
Vamos hablar con el time de Venezuela sobre la comeback, la virada en la final, 16 puntos atrás en el placar y después hecho la virada sobre Colombia.
Muy contento por este logro. Se nos puso un poco la cosa complicada. Tuve un poco más de karma para poder hacer los toques que nos hacían falta al equipo y bueno, se dio todo, el éxito pues, todo fue un éxito.
Gracias. ¿Quieres hablar acerca?
Sí, bueno, dar las gracias primero a mi compañero porque cuando yo decaí, el equipo se levantó, hizo los puntos que yo no pude hacer y para ser la primera vez que venimos a Brasil y a una competencia internacional, los compañeros lo supieron hacer muy bien y estoy contento por los resultados. Medalla de bronce.
Bueno, desde el primer momento que nos montamos con la mente de ganar. El combate sabíamos que nos medíamos por primera vez a Colombia en el arma de florete, pero también sabíamos que nosotros también tenemos esgrima para hacer y venimos trabajando en equipo para buscar resultados como que bueno, se nos puso un poco difícil por la diferencia de puntos que nos sacaron entre las mangas, pero bueno, somos un equipo y trabajando juntos podemos lograr el resultado pensando siempre en ganar y lograr el último toque. Hasta que no se acaba el último toque, no se acaba la partida y eso fue lo que pensamos y aquí estamos, logrando la medalla de bronce para Venezuela.
Bien. Gracias.
Gracias, Venezuela.
Obrigado, senhores.
And that was great to hear from the Venezuelan team. It proves you don't have to have a gold medal to have a great story. Here we are back at the women's epee team event. The score is 5-2 for the U.S., 6-3 for the U.S. in this race to 10. Ellen Geddes on the left, Carmine Oliveira on the right.
Geddes.
Nice touch by Brazil. Referee asking Miss Oliveira to sit back in her chair. So in wheelchair fencing, you're really not allowed to sit out on the edge, at least not when you get on guard position. Six, 7. Brazil is closing the gap down to one touch. A minute left to go. And we are tied at 7. 43 seconds left in this bout. The next bout will be Shelby Mitchell for the U.S. versus Monica Santos for Brazil. Now, again, they don't have to get to 10 touches. The next bout will still be a race to 15. Brazil up 8-7 now with 22 seconds left. Oliveira is baiting Geddes to take the blade. She plans on counterattacking in, I believe. And time is up. That bout ends 8-7. We are now up to bout number 3. Shelby Mitchell for the U.S. versus Monica Santos for Brazil. This will be a race to 15. And Brazil's up 8-7. Santos is a Category B fencer. She's number 24 on the World Cup points list. And Shelby Mitchell is a Category A fencer, and she's number 19 on the World Cup points. And we're tied up at 8. Nice tempo by the Brazilian fencer. Tied up at 9. Just under a minute and a half left. And again, this is a race to 15. And non-combativity is called. That bout is over. We will go to the next bout. We are tied up at 9. This bout will be a race to 15. I'm sorry, 20. Between Ellen Geddes on the left for the U.S. and Fabiana Soares on the right for Brazil. All right, referee making sure the skirts are all in place. Everything's grounded, and we are off. Ellen Geddes is the B category fencer, and Fabiana Soares is category A. Nice touch by Ellen Geddes to put the U.S. ahead by 1 point. And we had a camera problem, and we seem to be back. And I think they were called for non-combativity again. Now let's move over to our next bout. So non-combativity again is called when there's no touch scored for 1 full minute. This will now be a race to 25, with the U.S. leading 10-9. So the U.S. needs 15 touches. Brazil needs 16 touches. For those of you who are math impaired. This bout will be Jatea Taylor from the U.S. versus Monica Santos from Brazil. Again, Jatea is ranked number 16 in category A, world points. And Monica Santos is 24th in category B, world points. I would expect Jatea to use her physical speed and strength to try to overpower the Brazilian. She seemed to have been making a very good career this week out of pulling distance, staying away from her opponent's distance, and then taking strong, fast attacks from her side. And we are off with our 5th bout of this match. The gold medal match between U.S. and Brazil. Again, the teams are both made up of a mix of Category A and Category B fencers. The referee gives Jatea a yellow card. They're fixing the clock. 27 seconds have elapsed. No touches scored. Another 30 seconds elapses without a score being made. Oh, and that's not going to happen. 11-9 U.S. And Jate is widening the score, 13-9. This is a 4-point lead. Again, this is a race to 25. One minute left till our next bout, which will be Shelby Mitchell versus Camina Oliveira. And non-combativity is called again. Score is 13-9 for the U.S. All right, here we are for our sixth bout of this match between Shelby Mitchell, Carmina Oliveira. This is a race to 30. Don't let the score fool you. We've had quite a few non-combativities. If time runs out at the end of the match, or if there's non-combativity, whoever is leading at that point will be the winner. Shilby is currently number 19 on World Cup points in category A. Carmina is number 25 in category A on the world points list. Not sure what we're waiting for. I'm sure it's something technical. Our next bout will start the final series of bouts, our last 3 bouts. Our next bout will be Ellen Geddes versus Monica Santos. While we're waiting, I want to remind you that in a few days, we're going to start our World Cup tournament here in Sao Paulo. I believe that is going to be starting on the 21st or 22nd. And there will be fencers from around the world. So this is a zonal. This is a tournament just for the Americas countries. Next week will be the World Cup. So we're expecting the Italians, the Chinese, Germans, everybody from everywhere will gather here in Sao Paulo. Make sure you tune in to watch those bouts. They will be exciting, I guarantee. It looks like it's midnight here in Sao Paulo. Oh, there it's back. We seem to be having camera issues, as you can tell. We hope to come back to the action very shortly. By the way, if you're interested in wheelchair fencing, check the fencing club in your area. You can make a call or an email, or you can get in touch with your governing body. In the US, it's US Fencing. And they can point you in a direction where you can speak to a coach or a club about getting some lessons and joining the ranks of US wheelchair fencing, or whatever country you compete in. If you're a coach, I would highly recommend learning how to coach wheelchair fencing. It's very enlightening, self-fulfilling, competitive, and it's a great addition to any fencing club. Again, for more information, whether you're a coach or you're interested in becoming a wheelchair fencer, contact the local club. They will get in touch with your governing body, or you can get in touch with your governing body to find a local club that has wheelchair fencing. All right, looks like we're back to the action. Again, this is a race to 30. U.S. is up 13-10. Oh, but they just changed the score. It's 13-9. Now it's 13-10. I was just predicting the future. Brazil is making a comeback. They're closing the gap. It is now a 2-point lead by the U.S. And it looks like Carmina started before the referee gave the command to fence. She has a yellow card. The next yellow card will be a red card and a touch for her opponent. Touch is scored by the U.S. 14-11. Ten seconds left in this match, in this bout. And time has expired. The U.S. holds on to a 2-point lead going into the 7th match. The 7th bout. The match is the whole thing. Our next bout is Ellen Geddes versus Monica Santos. These are the last bouts for the fencers today. The last 3 bouts. This is a race to 35. And the lead for the U.S. is 4 points now. 5 points. Also, if you're interested in wheelchair fencing, you can get in touch with Ability Sports. That's worldabilitysport.org. Or the IWAS Wheelchair Fencing, wheelchair-fencing.org. Those websites will give you places to go. They'll give you the rules of fencing, anything you need to know if you're interested. And another non-combativity is called. The score is 17-12. With 2 bouts to go. Our next match will be between Shelby Mitchell from the U.S. and Fabiana Soares from Brazil. It will be a race to 40. And I'm getting a hint that we are not going to hit 45 touches in this match. So whoever is in the lead when time runs out will be the winner. This is our second to last bout. Our last bout will be Jatea Taylor versus Carmina Oliveira. The U.S. currently holds a 4-point lead over Brazil. As we get into our second to last bout of this match. And Brazil scores the first touch to make the score 13-17. These are both Category A fencers. lead is now down to 3. And the U.S. lead is whittled to 2. And this is getting closer than Shelby had hoped. Brazil has closed the gap to 1-touch lead for the U.S. And the referee is giving Ms. Suarez a yellow card for lifting out of the chair. And I believe that is the 5th non-combativity call. That brings us to our final bout of this match, a race to 45. Although at this point, 44 would be good too. The U.S. is up by 1 touch. The score is 17-16 for the U.S. And this bout will be Jatea Taylor versus Carmina Oliveira. And again, these two are both A category benches as well. And a nice parry repost by Jatea. Open up the lead to 2 points. And that was non-combativity called again. However, on the final bout, it will bring us to 1 minute of fencing. And the U.S. is holding a 2-point lead. And Brazil has come back with 1 touch. The U.S. now just holds a 1-touch lead. Oh, and we're back to 2. 37 seconds left. And lead is back down to 1 with 13 seconds left. U.S. holds a 1-point lead. And that's the match. U.S. beats Brazil 19-18 by 1 point to win the zonal championships. Congratulations, Team USA. Stick around for an interview with the gold medal champions, Team USA, for women's epee.
point me where you want me to go. Oh, we need one more chair. This is the interviewer, right? Or just Michael's coming. Okay, so you sit here. And then one more. Another one? Yeah. Where is she? Tori! Oh, thank you. Yeah. No? Did I lose it? What, the flag? Yeah. Oh, my surfboard is still in there. Yeah. Oh, okay. We're gonna take this one. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Are we? It went on top of yours. So. Hey, John. John, can you grab my jacket out of my strip bag? Thank you. Media? Oh, yeah. Oh, he has mine. I want it out of my stuff, but I didn't want to look. Thank you.
I'll move your stuff too, so it's not in the way.
Thank you.
Let me just take up. Please take up. Here, I might as well shovel things.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, here.
Yeah, more, sure.
Thank you. It's like once you start. Okay, are you guys okay? Oh. That's not good. And make myself look like I have a fat belly. It's so hot. Thank you. I'm down to the very last layer. I mean, we are in Brazil. Huh? Right. And I'm proud of it. Oh, gave me a chance to get out of that hot jacket. After them, but yeah.
You ready yet?
You seem very ready, so I'll trade you.
Ladies, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How does it feel to be the America's champions?
Amazing. This is our first gold medal as a team, and it's great to be fencing with all of these girls and looking forward to Paris.
That was a great team effort. You guys all really worked well together. Jatea, this is your second gold medal in 2 days. How's that feeling?
Oh, I couldn't have got there without them, so it feels in the clouds.
So I saw there was a lot of non-combativity. Was that part of the game plan to sort of get a lead and just sort of hang on to it and make them fight you and come at you?
Yeah, that was very much like my strategy. It's the type of epee that like I like to fence, and Shelby and I have practiced that a lot together. So, it seemed like the good strategy, and we were right. It worked.
And I was hot.
And with these competitions, we have 7 to 8 days of fencing. So if we can conserve our energy now, it's really important for future success too.
Right, exactly. You have the World Cup coming up in a couple of days also. what you fenced the Brazilians before quite a bit, so you know their style. Do they all fence alike? They have a specific style. I know a lot of clubs, a lot of countries kind of have a style. Did you find the same thing with the Brazilians, or maybe not so much because maybe they come from different clubs?
Yeah, I'm not sure that, especially these girls all train together, they don't actually feel like they fence the same. Their fencing has definitely, I mean, we've been fencing them for, well, I've been fencing them for 8 years.
Yes,
yeah. So, you know, it's the level has raised in the Americas, which is very good for us as we compete against the world.
Awesome. Any predictions for next week?
High hopes. I would like to stack on the medal stand.
Let's hope for the best. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So we're training, we're pushing, we're hosting LA. So Paris is nice, but really we're really pushing for a really solid team.
That was going to be my last question. How are you guys feeling for LA 2028?
I want to get through Paris first before I make any commitments.
I want to make it through today first, and the rest of this week first.
We'll just keep pushing each other to get better. And honestly, as a team, we need to have that competition amongst ourselves to push each other to do better. And it's really great that the level in the Americas is getting up there too, because now we're pushing this whole zone to be as good as the European zone, when before we weren't really seen that way. So it's good that we're doing this.
Perfect. Any last words for any Paralympian hopefuls out there that may be watching and want gold medals like you?
And our coordination failed.
All right. Woo!
Cerimônia de premiação de espada feminino. Convidamos a vice-presidente da Confederação e a senhora Paris para fazer a entrega das medalhas. Solicitamos que os atletas medalhistas da prova se inscrevam.
Ah, okay. Let me just put this because it's weird. Sorry. I just remember. It's a lovely Marseille. Just jump that way. Okay, good. You can prop it down and get all the crap out from the edge. Thanks. You're welcome.
Em segundo lugar, Brasil!
É isso, chegou demais hoje. Tem, mano, tem que me lembrar do. Gordinho demais. Tá má fase, viu?